All right, so it does look like we're working with some color right off the bat. So inside of this large silver box right here, this is called our garage. We will preheat or just keep glass warm inside of here at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so we are currently heating up a piece of color bar, which is just a solid piece of colored glass. And this is eventually going to be completely melted down before being used to create a colored piece in general. And I'll be able to explain that process further as soon as we start doing that as well. And it looks like we now have a view of just the hot shop in general on our camera. So this is going to be following artists as they continue to blow this glass piece. And if I didn't mention already, we're going to be using red and white for this chair. And speaking of which, could I have the picture of the chair up on the screen, our little reference as to what we're making? All right, so not yet. I'll just be able to pull it up a little bit later on, guys. Could I have the example of that chair up on the screen now, please? Yes, so different colors actually do heat up completely differently depending on the colors. And there are some colors that we want to do that sometimes. Like there's this really hard white that we use to get these really intricate lines of white throughout our glass. And I could come around with an example in a little bit. But sometimes inadvertently, just depending on the different metals that are making that color, they will heat up a little bit differently. So if we have black right next to white inside of a piece of glass, they are going to blow out and heat up a little bit differently from each other, just making the piece a little bit harder to control overall. Kind of just adding another layer of complexity. And so we've just taken out our first piece of color bar and brought it over to the left bench. We're going to completely start heating this up until it's molten. And on top of this, we're going to prepare a small clear glass bubble. And eventually this color will be dropped on top of that bubble to create something called a color drop or color overlay. This will create a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And if we were to look at the cross section of many different colored pieces of glass, we would be able to see that usually they do use just a really thin layer of color within many layers of clear. So up on the screen, we have an example of that color drop or color overlay as I was just talking about. And as you can see, we have just a really thin layer of color inside of our colored glass. And could I have the example of that chair now, please? Thank you. So this is our reference drawing for the chair that we're, well, you saw it for a split second, hopefully. There we go. Here's the drawing of the chair that we're working on today. So as you can see, we have this large, almost semi-sphere ball, and this is cut open so that somebody can sit inside of it. Obviously, it's not going to be to scale. That would be a giant piece of glass. It's going to be a little bit smaller. And this is our molten clear glass that's going to turn into a small clear bubble. And if you missed it, this is coming out of the large tank with the closed door specifically. So these furnaces that are sitting almost upright versus away from the artist, these are holding our molten glass. And you can imagine it's like a giant pool inside of there of that molten glass. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of it. And it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this furnace actually does run 24/7, so this glass is always ready for us to use. And one more thing I want to point out, while we're working with this color, you can see each time we're coming out of the furnace, this is glowing this really bright yellow or orange color. But obviously this is just because the glass is hot. It is literally radiating light as well as heat. And I like to compare this to lava. But as soon as it starts to cool down, we'll see more and more of that true color, especially once the glass starts to get around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that point, it's pretty solid. We should be able to see that true color of the glass. And sometimes different colors will look different in the hot shop while we're working with it. So sometimes white can turn transparent when it's molten. Sometimes different reds will look brown or gray while we're working with them. And then once they go back to room temperature, that's when you see that they're actually this really rich kind of cherry red. And after melting that color, this is dropped right on top of our small clear bubble and cut off. And now this is going to be slowly rolled back to completely cover up the bubble. And usually they'll use a metal table to push that color back and start rolling it back. Just like this one here, we also have another one in front of the furnace that they're working with. These are called marvers. And if you didn't get a chance earlier, we are now gathering out of our clear glass furnace again. So you can see that here. And you can see the texture of this molten glass is a lot like honey. It's very viscous and sticky. And if we were to stop turning, our glass could literally drip or fall off of the pot from how runny it is. And over on the left bench, you can see that this color has been started to roll back over the clear bubble. And this is actually a pretty large amount of color compared to what we usually use. And based off of that, I can tell this piece is going to be blown out relatively large. And inside of our garage, Gabe is heating up our second piece of color, this time most likely white. So for those who just joined in, we are working on a relatively special project today. Up on the screen, we have a view of our left bench and now a view of the exact thing that we're working on today. So this is actually a chair, and we're going to be blowing this out of glass. It is not going to be as large as a normal chair would be. It's not going to be truly to that scale, but it is going to take on this exact shape. We're going to be using red and white glass, which you can see we're working with right now. The white glass at the center bench and the red glass over on the left bench. And this is actually how all of our color starts in the hot shop pretty much, is this color bar. This is just a solid piece of colored glass. And right now Gabe is currently trying to melt it down in order to drop it onto a small bubble and create a layer of color basically within many other layers of clear glass, much like this image suggests on the screen. So this process is called a color drop or color overlay, process of applying this color bar to a bubble. And I didn't really mention the purpose of this project yet, but this is eventually going to be either auctioned or sold, and the money is going to go towards people who can't afford to buy their own furniture, hence the reason we're making a chair. And it looks like these are previous years of them doing this same idea, making different chairs each of these previous years. All right, so I was just asking one of the glass blowers a little bit more about this piece that they're making and about this event that they're making it for. So just to give a little bit more information, this is going into an auction called the Chair Fair, and this is happening each year. It's through the Northwest Furniture Bank, and Gabe was telling me that these chairs that they make in the hot shop here usually raise about 10 grand for that cause, for helping those in need acquire some furniture for their homes. And I want to quickly describe what has happened over on the left bench. So we've gathered one layer of clear over top of this red color that we already have on the bubble. And we pushed a lot of that clear to the very end of the bubble before completely just cutting that off. And what this has done is basically just given us a really thin layer of clear, completely covering up our color. And this can be important sometimes to make sure that we're protecting that color and it's not right on the surface of the glass. And of course, just to reiterate, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And up on the screen, you guys probably saw Gabe doing this earlier. He's actually picking at this solid white color. And this is most likely to get air bubbles out of the glass. We really want to try to avoid having any air bubbles, especially in our color, as this could cause some issues later on, whether it's thinning that color out or rising closer to the surface and warping the glass. And every now and then the heat will start to travel towards the artist's hands as they continue working with the glass, especially after gathering layers of clear, which you might see later on. So right now we're using a pipe cooler. We're setting this pipe into a trough of water, cooling it down very rapidly. And right now we are allowing this glass bubble to cool down. Once again, this has a red color across the surface of the glass, or just underneath the surface. And we're melting down this white color over on the left bench until it's completely molten. And this is eventually going to be dropped down on top of this same bubble, I believe, creating something called a double color overlay. So we're going to have two layers of color right on top of each other. And something special about that is that we'll be able to see one color from the inside of the piece, and then one color will be on the outside of the piece. So now you guys get to see the color overlay process from pretty much the beginning. So if we were to have a normal small clear bubble that Sarah's holding up, then we would drop that color on top and then evenly spread this over top of our bubble, creating that color overlay. So once again, after cutting this off, this is going to be pushed and rolled back to completely cover up this bubble. Yeah, something I'd like to mention is that we've already done just a little bit of blowing already, technically. There is a small bubble underneath all of this color that we have on the pipe already. You just can't see it through that color itself. And once they have all of the glass they need, they'll usually move over to the center bench and fully start to blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. And right now we're just rolling this white color back using the marver, this metal table. Could I have the image of the chair that we're working on today, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have an image of exactly what we're working on. And I just want to quickly talk about it. So this is going to be the chair that they make for this year's chair fair auction. And this is happening through the Northwest Furniture Bank, something that the museum does each year. And I was told that these glass chairs usually make about 10 grand towards this auction. And this auction is specifically helping those in need to acquire some more furniture for their homes who can't afford it. And could I have some images of the previous year's works as well, please? Just to give you guys a better idea of maybe what we could be creating today or what it might look like in glass. Up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of some previous year's works. And these are all just different varieties of chairs that they've worked on for this auction, once again. So we've come pretty far along already. Over on the left bench, we have a view of this up on our screen, by the way. We already have all the color we need for this project. We have a red glass underneath a white layer of glass. And this is called a double color overlay when we overlay two layers of colored glass on top of each other. This is going to make it so we have one color on the inside of the blown piece and one color on the outside. And that's going to look really good with this piece specifically because this is going to be a really large open-faced chair. And so we will most likely see that red on the inside of the chair and then the white will just be on the outside of the chair. And up on the screen, we have an example of that color overlay process. Sorry, I didn't point it out. This is when we take our color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass. We melt it down and surround it over top of a small clear bubble, creating a layer of color. And over on the left bench right now, they are not completely, they're just grinding away the surface of the glass a little bit with a Dremel, trying to get rid of some particles that are stuck on the surface of the glass. They were talking about them just earlier. They saw these little black particles in the glass. And we just want to make sure that there are no imperfections in the color before we start blowing this piece out. So after they grind off this color, they will most likely round out the bubble again. And then we're going to start gathering layers of clear to build up more mass for the piece. Now, for those who just joined, I just want to point out real quick, over on the left bench, we have the glass that we're working with. And you can see that they're just grinding the surface right now to get rid of particles that may be stuck in the surface of the glass. Eventually, we're going to move on with gathering some clear glass over top of this layer and creating a larger piece overall by gathering that clear glass. And this is also going to cover up our color, or basically just kind of protect the layer of color. And every now and then when we are working with our glass in any sort of way, we're always going to be going into the furnace for a few seconds before coming back to the bench at least. And this is called flashing. We're making sure that the glass isn't dropping below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which could cause the glass to break from thermal shock. And just to give you guys a quick little overview of the hot shop, since we do have some new people in here. Once again, we're getting all of our clear molten glass from the large tank with the closed door specifically. And we do have two of these. We seem to be using the left one today. This is holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is like a giant pool of molten glass. So you can imagine it's like maybe like a jar of honey even. All we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and then turn, and it's going to gather a ball onto the end of our pipe. And then of course our open face furnaces, these are used for reheating the glass. And we have two of these on today just so that we can work at two benches at the same time. There's not a significant difference between those furnaces. And these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit to reheat the glass quickly. And now we've started to use this pad. This is actually just some folded up newspaper. We'll usually splash or soak it in water before using. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. And with the newspapers, we can control which way the bubble is blowing out and just shape the bubble overall. And when we're using the newspapers this time around, I believe we're just trying to smooth and even out the surface of the glass. We're not really trying to blow the bubble out very much right now. As you remember, we were grinding away at the surface of the glass, so we're trying to make this surface layer just completely smooth and even again before we go ahead and gather our next layers of clear. And for those who just joined in, today we are working on a chair, a glass chair. And I want to point out this isn't to scale. It's not something that we would actually sit in, but this is going to be a smaller version of what you see up on the screen. So this is their sketch, their reference for what they're making today. And this is going to have a red color on the inside and a white color on the outside, which you can see the white on the surface of our glass already over on the left bench. And the red is underneath it, so we can't see it right now. But because we have that red underneath the white, when we blow this out and open it up, you'll be able to see both of the colors, that red being on the inside. And this is specifically a chair that's going to be sold in an auction called Chair Fair. This is something that happens once a year, I believe, through the Northwest Furniture Bank. And I was asking the artists about these chairs that they make, and they say that they raise about $10,000 for this auction each year that they do this. And this auction is specifically helping those in need acquire some furniture for homes. And up on the screen, just to point out real quick again, this is the slideshow of some previously made chairs from previous years of the same auction. So actually, I want to point out that this is where we're getting our clear molten glass, is this large tank with the closed door. And this holds basically a pool of molten glass, about 1,000 pounds of it. And it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I have a diagram of this furnace, and this is kind of like the cross section of it so you can see inside. It does run 24/7, so this glass is always ready for us to use. And it looks like we're getting ready to gather clear at this point. Just to point out, we're right now just letting this glass cool down. We always let this previous layer cool down before we go ahead and gather our next layer of clear. We want to make sure there's not a lot of internal heat, otherwise this glass will be moving around quite a bit when we go inside of that furnace. And right after gathering that layer of clear, it looks like we're using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. When we start working with large amounts of glass like this, we tend to need to use the pipe cooler more as the heat does start to travel towards the artist's hands. And now that we've gathered that clear, it looks like we're moving to the center bench. And usually once they move to the center bench, this means that we have all the glass we need for this project. And this is where they start to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. And every now and then there will be particles or air bubbles inside of the clear glass tank. So it looks like Ben is just quickly picking out one. And right after gathering layers of clear, you'll usually see them go in with the block being this wooden spoon-shaped tool they just used. This is going to basically smooth and round this bubble back out, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all this glass. Which, once again, we do already have a bubble inside of this glass. You just can't see it underneath those layers of color right now. And if I didn't mention already, by the way, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention. Now, I want to point out we're using this newspaper again. Once again, this folded up newspaper is all this pad is made of. And this is kind of guiding which way the bubble is blowing out. You'll see us start to blow into the end of the pipe. This is happening when somebody's mouth is on the end of the pipe. I like to point it out sometimes because it's easy to miss. And every now and then you'll see us hovering around with these wooden paddles. And this is actually usually used for shielding. So we'll just hold the wooden paddle by the artist's hands and arms, preventing the heat that's coming off of the glass from hurting the artists. And we've just lit up our first torch. This is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up sections of glass at a time, allowing us to focus heat to one area of the glass. And our next step is creating a jack line, it appears, which is when we take the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're carving a line or a divot into the glass. This is where we break this piece off of the pipe later on, is from this divot right here. And welcome to those who just joined us. So today we are working on a pretty large project, physically especially. You can see this large bubble that we're working with at the center bench. And this is eventually going to turn into this really large round chair. Not a chair to sit in, just a decorational chair. And this is going to be sold at an auction called Chair Fair, something that's hosted by the Northwest Furniture Bank each year. And specifically, the money that comes from this auction is going to help those in need acquire some furniture of their own. And so that is the purpose of blowing this glass today. And something I want to point out is that we actually have a red and white bubble. The red is underneath the white, so you can't see it right now. But when we start opening this piece up, you'll be able to see the red inside of the chair and then the white on the outside of the chair. And the glass blowers were telling me that these chairs that they make here in the hot shop usually make this auction about 10 grand each year. So that's probably the amount that you can expect to be made from this chair. And could I actually have the sketch of the chair that we're working on today? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point out this design real quick. This is exactly what we're working on today. And I think it's called a ball chair. I'm not exactly certain of that, but this is what you can imagine the final product to be. And at the center bench, we are fully blowing this bubble out just into this complete sphere shape. And while they're getting ready to move on to the next step, could I actually have the chairs from the previous years up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I have a slideshow going of the previous year's auction items and some action shots. So this will give you a good idea of some final products and just some previous works that they made for this exact auction. So now they're actually getting ready to break this piece off. All they're doing is they have used a file up against the connecting point of the piece, tapped it off into these Kevlar gloves before carrying it over to our annealer, the annealer being this large black box over on the left wall. And this is going to hold this piece and slowly cool it down overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So it's probably in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. The box itself is at that temperature. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of it cools down. So now we'll most likely start moving on to the next parts of this piece. As you saw, we just have that large sphere so far, but we do need to make the foot of the chair, which is almost this flared out flute shape, or maybe trumpet shape, kind of hard shape to describe. So up on the screen, just once again, we have the image of what we're working on. So most likely we'll get started on the maybe cushioning on the inside of the chair or the foot of the chair. Now I want to point out this large silver box once again. Inside of here, this is the garage, by the way. Inside of here, it keeps any piece of glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So most likely we have picked up color on the end of our pipe. We're heating this up inside of the box a little bit. And this color is going to be used to create the foot of our chair. Gabe was telling me earlier that we were most likely going to be using real padding to create the cushion inside of the chair, but that's a later project. And just to talk about colors a little bit, so once again, colors come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. And so just to give a couple of examples, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of cobalt blue glass. So literally using a form of cobalt to mix into the glass to get that rich blue color. We don't mix the colors ourselves in the hot shop. We get them shipped in this bar form, which is just solid colored glass through and through. And we'll melt this section of color down before using it on our pieces. And I'll be able to walk you through how they're going to use this color. You can see Gabe up on the screen has a piece of that color right now. This is going to be completely molten before dropped onto a small clear bubble. And this is a process called a color drop or color overlay. Up on the screen, we have a good diagram of this color overlay process. It basically just gives us a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear, but the appearance of the piece just makes it seem as if the entire piece is made out of color. So if you walk through the galleries and you see a piece that's like a solid cherry red color, that is most likely how they got that solid, smooth color. So now you're about to see this process in action. So Sarah's created a small clear bubble, and this is held upright as Gabe completely melts this color. And this is going to be brought over and literally dropped onto the bubble. And this is just going to make sure we're dropping or applying the color evenly. If we were to try and stick it on from the side, this wouldn't be as even as literally dropping it from the top. And now they'll go through the process of slowly rolling this color back to completely cover up that clear. And this is the color overlay process. And to roll this color back, we're going to be using the marver, which is this metal table in front of the furnace. We do have these throughout the hot shop, the largest one being at the center bench. We roll really large bubbles on this one usually. And something else I should point out that you've probably already noticed by now, but when we're working with this color, it's really hard to tell what the true color of this glass is. So each time we're coming out of the furnace, it's glowing this really bright yellow-orange color. And then as this glass cools down, it becomes its true color once again. And so this is most likely a red, like we were working with earlier. And this is going to look as if it's brown or gray while it's hot. But once it truly cools down to closer to room temperature, at least under 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then you'll see that rich red come true again. Now, once this color has been completely pushed back to cover up that clear bubble, this is eventually going to be cooled down. They're just going to rest it at the bench and allow the air in the room to cool it down before gathering their next layer of clear. And once again, the clear will be coming from that large tank with the closed door. This is our glass. Sorry, my mic might have cut out. This is our glass furnace, the large tank with the closed door. We do have 2 of them in the hot shop, but we are using that left one today. And these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and they stay at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays at this temperature 24/7. I like to point that out. The glass is always ready for us. And if we let that glass cool down, it can actually ruin the tank that it's sitting inside of, the ceramic tank. Just because there's so much glass inside of there, when it's cooling down, it will kind of shrink and expand in different ways, can break that ceramic. So it's important that we always keep this glass hot. And you can see that Gabe has just pulled out another piece of color bar, this time white. And so if you were here earlier, you saw that we had a red and white bubble as well. And the red being on the inside, the white being on the outside. So we're basically doing that same exact process, but this time we are doing it on a smaller scale. So we have a smaller bubble this time, and that's the only difference. And just like last time, we go ahead and gather one layer of clear over top of this red. And they want this to be a pretty thin layer of clear, so they went ahead and stripped some of that clear glass off. And to further strip this clear glass off, this is being rolled on a metal table. The clear is pushed to the very end of the bubble, and they're going to simply cut this excess glass off. And at this intervention, I just want to point out real quick that we are using a Dremel to grind at the surface of this white colored glass. And this is just getting rid of some particles that have stuck to the surface of the glass. We're not really trying to shape it or do anything much special with it. Just trying to get rid of those imperfections before we use it for our project. And after getting that layer of clear over top of our red, over on the left bench, you can see that Sarah's just sitting there with that bubble, just keeping it warm enough to not break, but also letting it stay probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is actually kind of cold for glass, by the way. And something interesting I want to point out, which I mentioned earlier, is that this bubble that she has looks as if it's gray or brown, but this is actually a red bubble of glass. So once this starts cooling down, we'll be able to see the true color of that red. But it does have to cool down a little bit closer to room temperature, so it's probably not something we'll see today. And now just as if this were a normal color drop or color overlay, Sarah's holding that bubble upright. And Gabe is going to come over with that molten white and drop this on top of that bubble. So this is the same thing we did for the color that we already have, but we're going to be doing this with two colors, which is creating a double color overlay. So we're going to have one color on the inside of the glass bubble and one color on the outside. The red will be on the inside of the piece and the white will be on the outside. So now that white is dropped down and cut off. This is eventually going to be rolled back, once again creating a color drop or color overlay. And could I have the image of our final product again, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just want to point out once again, in case you haven't seen it already, this is what we're working towards. We've already created the largest portion of our piece, which is a blown glass sphere with red on the inside and white on the outside. And now I believe we're making the foot of this chair using this same pattern of red on the inside, white on the outside, but this is a little bit of a smaller bubble because it is a smaller piece of glass. Thank you. And once again, once this white is completely rolled back and covering up this bubble, we'll go ahead and get ready to gather some layers of clear over top of this. Based off the last piece we made, there may only be one layer of clear over top of everything that we already have. And the clear both builds up mass for the piece, but it's also going to protect the color. We don't usually want color on the very surface of the glass, because if we attach a second pipe or if something chips away or something, then that will chip away the color on the surface of the glass. And you can literally see through it in some cases. In this case, if we have the clear on the surface and it chips away or breaks, then we're not going to see really any difference. And earlier we were having a little bit of trouble with our white. We had some particles stuck to the surface of the glass. So it's looking like we might have that same thing going on this time as well. So most likely you'll see them start to use a Dremel and just grind at the surface of the glass to get rid of those particles before moving on. Or in this case, it looks like we might have had an air bubble. Might be trying to pop that air bubble before smoothing that surface back out. And up on the screen, it looks like we're showing off just a few things that we have going on around the museum. And for those who just joined into the hot shop, just to give you all an overview of what we're working on. So right now we're working on a chair, a glass chair. This is not going to be life size. It's a little bit smaller, of course. And up on the screen we have an image of the reference or drawing. And this is, I believe, maybe about 2 feet wide based off of the bubble I saw. And we are making this out of red and white glass. The chair is going to be red on the inside, white on the outside. And now we're actually making the foot of the chair, if everything goes well over there. And just like the body of the chair, this foot is going to have that same color scheme with the red on the inside of the bubble and then the white on the outside of the bubble. And we usually will start our bubbles over on these side benches and then bring it to the center bench a little bit later on to fully blow it out and finish it off. And so right now we are just finishing off our white colored layer, and eventually we'll be gathering one more layer of clear over top of this. And it looks like we're actually cutting just a little bit off the end of our bubble. And this is going to get rid of the remaining air bubbles that they're trying to get rid of. If we have a big enough air bubble, then it will kind of show that color underneath. We do have 2 layers of color this time. So we'll usually start projects on the side benches and then move it over to the center bench to finish it off. And so right now we're still in the process of fixing up our color, but eventually we'll gather one more layer of clear and then move it over to the center bench where we will start to fully turn into its final product. And just to talk about why we're creating this piece once again, this is eventually going into an auction called Chair Affair. And this is something that's hosted each year by the Northwest Furniture Bank. And the museum will frequently take part in this and submit a glass chair to the auction. And could we see, oh perfect, some of the previous pieces that they've made for this auction will be on the screen in the form of a slideshow, just to give you guys an idea of some of the final products. And I was talking to the artists, and they were saying that these chairs usually make about $10,000, $10,000 for this auction. This auction's money specifically goes to help those in need acquire some furniture for their homes. And it looks like we're now gathering our final layer of clear. So once again, this is our glass furnace. And this is where we start pretty much all of our projects, is by gathering a bit of clear on the end of our pipe. And this clear, this time, is building up some mass for the piece. It's also going to make sure that the color isn't on the very surface of our piece. And right after getting a fresh layer of glass, you'll usually see us go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and round this bubble back out, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. We do have a bubble in here, you just can't see it under all these layers of color. Once again, we have a red layer of color, and then we have a white layer of color over top of that as well. And the special thing about this is that this means that our piece is going to be red on the inside and white on the outside. This is called a double color overlay. And I didn't mention it already, but the glass inside of that furnace, it sits at pretty much a steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And like that furnace, we also have reheating furnaces. These sit around that same temperature between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And we have 2 of these reheating furnaces on right now. We usually will start on the side bench, move over to the center bench, but these furnaces are not different. They both run around the same temperature. And this pad that Ben is using is actually just some folded up newspaper. You'll see the artists use this really frequently in the hot shop to shape the glass bubble and to also pretty much control which way it's blowing out as somebody blows it into the end of the hollow pipe, which Gabe was just doing a moment ago. Yeah, the newspaper is usually soaked or splashed with water before using, and that is enough to prevent pretty much any heat from going through to the artist's hands. And that's pretty much as close as you'll see them get to using their hands to shape the glass. And next we're going in and creating the jack line. So this divot is called the jack line, created with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. So using these newspapers, we can get some different shapes in the piece. For example, if we hold it in the center of the bubble and squeeze, this can create a waist in our glass. In this case, he was doing something similar, but on the very end of the bubble. So we now have a little bit of a curve on the end of our bubble. And this is because this is basically going to be a pedestal shape, or maybe even a little bit of a trumpet shape. This is going to be the foot for our chair that we're making today. And just in case you guys seen that already. Could I have that chair up on the screen one more time, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have an image of that chair again. So we've already created the large, round, blown piece, and we're now just creating that pedestal or foot on the bottom of the piece. Thank you. So now we've formed the top of our pedestal or foot, and our next step is going to be attaching a pipe to that end that we've already created, and then eventually we'll be able to break this bubble off completely from the pipe that it's attached to right now. And this is basically going to just flip the orientation of the piece, give us access to the other side, so we can start to flare it open and flat, kind of like a plate. So at the center bench, this glass is going to just be kept warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit by going into the furnace every now and then. This is called flashing. And at the same time, somebody will be preparing a second pipe with a small clear attachment on the end that will be attached to this piece. So we've gone ahead and just attached the punty to the end of our piece, punty being the second pipe here. And we've broken it away from its original pipe. And now we'll be able to start heating up just this front half of the piece in order to flare it open. And now that we've broken this piece off, as soon as we start flaring it out, you'll be able to see that red color on the inside of this bubble with the white on the outside remaining as well. So you'll be able to see that double color overlay coming into play. And to start opening this up, Ben is going in with the pair of jacks still. There's two metal blades. And they'll start with a low angle with the blades closed, slowly widen the blades as well as lifting their angle. And this is going to just start to flare this out. So we don't use it super frequently, but we do use this torch at the bench that you can see. This runs around the same temperature as the furnaces, I should mention, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up only a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And we do usually keep it constantly lit just so that we can suddenly reach back and grab it at any point in time. We don't have to go through the process of igniting it again. And this large silver box right here, looks like we're starting to use it again, but this is the garage, and anything we put inside of here or keep inside of there is kept at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is basically the perfect temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt or change shape. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. And so we've been storing our color in there today, kind of preheating it to use. And we can also put pieces aside in there and save them for a little bit later on if we want to make a piece that has multiple components. It's really helpful. And for those who just joined back in, as you can see, we are working on the base of our chair now. And we're just working on flaring this open basically into a disc-like shape at the center bench to create a pedestal or a foot for our chair. And once we flare this open, you can really see the red on the inside of the glass and the white on the outside, just really showing off that double color overlay. And I want to point out that may have seemed sudden. Ben went into the furnace, came out, and it was pretty much already flared open. I want to point out that when you're going into the furnace, of course, this is heating the glass up, making it more malleable. And we're constantly turning to keep the glass on center. Sometimes this turning will create centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from spinning, and it will flare that glass open. And sometimes they use that purposefully to flare glass open quickly. Sometimes it just happens inadvertently. And one more thing, at the center bench, we look as if we're using those same two metal blades, but these are actually wooden blades this time. These are called the pachofis. And we'll use these if we want to basically be a little bit more gentle with the glass and not touch it with metal. This is going to prevent any gouging or scraping. It's also going to allow the glass to maintain its heat a little bit better since the metal's not going to be pulling that heat out. And it looks like we've finished shaping this piece at the center bench. So now we're just preparing to break it off, which usually includes torching that connecting area where the glass is meeting the pipe. And eventually they're going to apply some water to this area to break a small section and then tap the pipe to fully break it off. So once again, to break this off, they're applying a little bit of water. This is going to be knocked off into a pair of Kevlar gloves, which allows the artist to pick this piece of glass up and carry it over to be put away in our annealer. This large black box, our annealer is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see this piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down quite a bit. And you know what, let's give them a round of applause for their effort. That was the second blown piece that we've made today. So once again, we've already created the largest blown piece for this project, which is going to be the body of the chair itself. It's the second blown piece that we've made, which is going to be the foot of the chair. And I believe they told me for the cushioning, they're going to work on that later. It's possibly going to be real cushions that they're putting inside of this glass chair. And just a little bit of reference for those who haven't seen the drawing yet. Again, up on the screen, we have what we're currently working on. We've just made the foot for this piece. And I'm going to check in and see what they're getting started on next. Just a little reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So we are actually going to get started on the body of this piece again. They were not quite happy with the way the first one turned out, so they're going to be trying it again. So you guys get to see the process from the very beginning where we apply our color and where we start to blow this bubble out. This bubble that we made for the body of the chair is pretty big, maybe about 2 feet wide. It's kind of hard to remember exactly how big they made it. But once again, we're just kind of following that diagram that I was showing off earlier. And while we're at it, can I have the slideshow of the previously made chairs as well, please? So this is actually a recurring project. Up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of various chairs that were previously made. And each of these chairs each year has gone to the Chair Fair auction hosted by the Northwest Furniture Bank. And these pieces that are sold during this auction help those in need acquire furniture, so all of those profits are going towards that. And I was told that these chairs that they make each year raise about $10,000 each for that auction. And right now we're using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom of this bubble. And you can see that we have a clear window into this bubble. Basically, this is going to be the bottom of the piece. And this nozzle just blows some compressed air. Sometimes they'll use it to cool the glass down so that it stops moving so much in one area, or so that it doesn't blow out too much in one area. So I'm not sure how much you guys were here for the last couple of pieces that we made, but we were basically taking a large piece of solid colored glass called color bar, and we were using red and white, of course. We melted that down and we dropped it onto a clear bubble to create a layer of color. And we did that twice. We did that with the red and then the white, so that we had the red on the inside of our glass piece and then the white on the outside of our glass piece. Well, this time we're actually changing it up a little bit. And so we are creating a cup of white color over on the left bench. And this is specifically going to be a stuff cup. And do we have a stuff cup diagram that we could pull up? So this may just take a second, you guys, but eventually there will be, oh, there we go, a diagram up on the screen. And this is exactly the process that you're going to see over on that left bench. So right now we're creating a white cup of color, and then we'll create a red bubble and stuff it inside of that white to basically just create those two layers of color. And at the center bench, we've just brought over a second pipe and attached it to the bottom of our piece, right on the clear. And this second pipe that we attach is called the punty. This is something you'll see us do pretty frequently. And this allows us to basically just break the piece away from its original pipe, and it'll give us access to the other side of the piece. So this is how we make pretty much any blown piece in the hot shop. We always need to break the bubble away from its blow pipe, and this is going to basically open a hole into the piece, just as it has done right here, allowing us to open this up, flare it out as wide as we want it, give it straight walls. We can do pretty much anything with this blown piece. So at the center bench, now that we've broken this piece off onto a second pipe, all we're doing is we're just heating up the front half of the piece over and over again, since this is the only area that we want malleable, and we're slowly opening this up. And at the same time, once again, they are continuing to create that white color cup over on the left bench. Now that cone-shaped tool that we just used for a brief moment there, this is the Sophietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to blow a little bit more air into the piece overall. So reinflated that shoulder, as you can see. And at the center bench to fully flare this open as wide as they want it. Ben is now going in with the pachofis, which are these two wooden blades instead of metal blades this time. And over on that left bench, we're simply letting this bubble cool down, sitting at the bench. And eventually we're going to be gathering a layer of clear over top of this from our clear glass furnace. So if you guys haven't seen this furnace already, once again, it's this large tank with a closed door. And this holds basically a large pool of molten glass inside of it, up to 1,000 pounds of it at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is at that temperature, it's completely molten and at a honey texture. So all we're doing is we're sticking the pipe into that glass and turning, and it's gathering a ball on the end of our pipe, or onto our previous layers of glass, as you saw this time. So this is all the glass that we need for this bubble specifically. This is going to be blown out into a round bottom cup shape and eventually used as a stuff cup. So we're going to be stuffing a red bubble inside of this white cup later on to create 2 layers of color. And we just finished our little bowl at the center bench. They're getting ready to break it off. And it wasn't breaking off properly, so Ben went ahead and broke it off on the floor. But this was just using up some excess color that we had. They were sort of just playing around with it. So now over on this left bench, we are in the process of blowing this white out and turning it into that cup shape that I mentioned. And to blow this out, we are going in with this pad of newspaper. This is all just folded up newspaper that's in Sarah's hand right now. And this is being pushed onto the bubble in the direction that they don't want the bubble to blow out, as somebody blows it into the end of the hollow pipe. So this is where the glass blowing comes in, the literal blowing part. This is where they blow it out quite a bit. And I just want to talk about color for one brief second again, just in case you guys didn't get to hear it already. So the different colors in glass come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself. White apparently comes from tin and antimony, which are two different metals. And that is creating that white color. And I'm sure you guys have heard of cobalt blue glass. This is literally using a form of cobalt mixed into the glass to get that rich blue color. And we don't mix the colors ourselves here in the hot shop. We actually get them shipped in this bar form. It's already been made into that colored glass. And we just melt it down and use it in our projects like we've done over on the left bench. And right now we're creating the jack line. You can see up on the screen, Sarah's going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And sometimes you'll see the artists shielding each other from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself by using these wooden paddles. And at the center bench, Gabe has just taken out another piece of color bar. This time, I believe it's red, since we do want a red in the center of our piece and then a white on the outside of our piece. So for everyone who just joined, this is how we get the color on our glass pieces. We take this solid piece of colored glass, we melt it down, and we eventually will drop this onto a small clear bubble and then spread this over top of the clear bubble, covering it completely in color. And this is called a color drop or color overlay. We have a diagram kind of explaining it up on the screen. And in the end product, the surface of the glass appears as if it's completely made of color. But if we were to look at the cross section of that glass, we would be able to see it's just a pretty thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear. And so up in the front, Ben is actually creating this small clear bubble that's going to be used for the red color at the center bench. And since we do have a few new people in here, could I have the image of what we're working on real quick, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is what we're currently working on, is this chair, or ball chair, I think they were calling it. And it's going to have that red color on the inside of it and the white color on the outside of the chair. And of course, it isn't going to be life size. It is going to be a smaller scale chair, of course. And they've already created the pieces to make one of these chairs. They weren't quite happy with the body of it, though, so we are recreating the body right now. And this chair is specifically being made for an auction called the Chair Affair. And this is for the Northwest Furniture Bank. Specifically, this happens each year to help those in need acquire some furniture for their homes. And so up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of the previous year's chairs made for this auction. The museum takes part in this quite a bit. And I was told that these glass chairs usually raise about $10,000 for this auction. And of course, if anyone has any sorry, if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Can be questions about the auction itself, could be questions about the glass, about color, about the building, anything is fine. All right, so for those who just joined in, we have a relatively large project that we're working on right now. Up on the screen, we have a view of the center bench here. This is just a small red colored bubble of glass, and this is eventually going to turn into this chair that you see up on the screen. It's not a full-size chair, it's going to be smaller scale. It's not something you would actually sit inside of, but this piece is going to eventually be auctioned off, specifically in the chair fair auction, which is hosted by the Northwest Furniture Bank, and it helps those in need acquire furniture. So this piece is going towards a good cause. And this is going to specifically be red on the inside and white on the outside. And the way that we're going to be doing that is we've created a white cup over on this left bench. We've created a red bubble of glass. We're going to take this red bubble and physically stuff it inside of that white cup over on the left. And this is going to create 2 layers of color on top of each other. So when we do blow this sphere out and then open it up, it's going to reveal that red inside of the white. It's a little bit of a complex process. And so this is a larger, more important piece of glass because it's requiring so much effort. And it's pretty soon here, you'll see us use our glass furnace. I just want to point this out, this large tank with the closed doors where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. So inside of here, it can have up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we come out, we'll have a fresh new layer of glass. And I know I described this color of glass as red. Right now it's really hard to tell that it's red just because of how hot this glass is. But once it starts to cool down closer to room temperature, we'll be able to see the color a little bit better. And something else odd is that some colors look completely different when we're working with them than when they have fully cooled down. So this red is going to appear grayish brownish when we're working with it, but once it cools down to room temperature, it becomes this really bright, rich red again. over on that left bench, we're actually just keeping this white cup of color warm. Every now and then we're going into the furnace. This is called flashing, just making sure the glass doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it does drop below that temperature, we do risk thermal shock, which could crack or even break the glass completely. And then at the center bench, it looks like we're letting this cool down again to gather one more layer of clear. And this layer of clear should be the final layer that we need to be able to stuff it into this cup. Right now, we're just kind of building up some mass and making sure that we have the correct size to go inside of this cup. And next, a heated ring is brought out. Gabe has just placed it on the floor next to the bench over on the left. And we've just gathered our final layer of clear. And we actually did a strip gather specifically. This is when we just get a partial layer of that clear, so they allowed some of it to drip right off. And next, they'll go ahead and break this white cup off the end of the pipe using a pair of shears and then tapping the pipe. And this is set upright inside of that heated ring. It's important that this hot glass doesn't touch any cold metal. And then right away, that red bubble is brought over. And this is going to hang in the air a little bit before they go ahead and stuff it down into the bottom of the cup. And then as they continue to push down, sometimes they'll give it a little puff of air to inflate it inside of that cup. And we now have our two colors of glass assembled together. So now we have that red on the inside and the white on the outside. Now, as you'll notice, this cup still has like this little overhang over the red bubble. And so next we're going to start heating this up and then rolling it on this metal table here called the marver. And this is going to start pushing that lip of the cup down and just create a really smooth round bubble again. So once again, rolling this on the marver, this is going to start pushing that cup all the way down onto the bubble, creating a really round, smooth surface again. And now that that cup has been pressed flush and smooth against the rest of our bubble, we're now getting ready to start fully blowing this out, turning it into that large sphere of glass. And you'll notice we constantly keep this torch lit at the center bench. We're going to start using it pretty soon here. but this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will allow us to heat up one section of glass at a time, so we can focus heat to one area of the glass. And to make sure that this bubble blows out evenly from inside of all of this glass, you'll see us go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth all of this glass out. And we do use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop. They do burn slowly, but it's important that we use wood because wood is an insulating material, so it allows the glass to maintain its heat. And wood is also a pretty gentle or soft material. It's not going to scrape or gouge at the surface of the glass. And so we do frequently use wooden tools on our glass, including wooden molds. And next we're going in with this pad. This is actually just some folded up newspaper. And they'll always splash or soak it with water before using. And could I have the image of what we're working on up on the screen, please? So for anyone that didn't see it earlier, this is what we're working on today. It's this large round chair. And it's actually not going to be to scale, like it's not going to be human size. It's going to be smaller, just kind of like a little artwork piece. And this is actually going to be red on the inside and white on the outside, which is why we were doing that whole process we just did with stuffing that bubble inside of the white cup. So now we're going to have red on the inside of the bubble and white on the outside. And this is specifically a piece that's going into the chair fair auction, which happens each year. And the museum frequently will donate pieces to this auction, hosted by the Northwest Furniture Bank. And it helps those in need acquire furniture themselves. And I was told that these chairs that the museum makes usually will make about $10,000 for this auction. So they're helping out quite a bit. And next we're going in and creating the jack line. So this divot that we're creating near the pipe is where we're going to break this piece off later on. And this is where we're going to start blowing the piece out quite a bit as well. So every now and then you'll see it Gabe with his mouth on the end of the pipe. And this is him inflating the glass like a balloon, basically. So that air is traveling all the way through the pipe and into that glass. And every now and then you'll see somebody hovering around with a wooden paddle. These wooden paddles are used to flatten areas of the glass, which is why they're so burnt at this point. But we also use them to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's literally radiating off of the glass itself. And so that's what we're doing with this wooden paddle here. And once again, this is just going to be blown out into a large, perfectly round sphere and then put away to cool down. And this is eventually going to be cold worked. The cold working process is grinding, polishing, cutting the glass. The cold working is going to actually completely cut one face of this sphere off to reveal that red glass inside. And they choose this method this time to basically just get a really clean cut to that sphere instead of having to try to get this exact shape in the hot shop. And I always like to talk about the cold working a little bit just because every piece of glass usually does have to go through the cold working process. Making every glass piece technically a multi-day project. It's almost like a behind the scenes thing, something you don't see in the hot shop that's done, but we do usually grind and polish the glass afterwards. So at this point, we're just letting this sphere cool down a little bit. And we don't want it to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so every now and then you might see them going inside of the furnace, but we are just trying to cool this piece down overall. And we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. Since we are going to be cutting it open into that shape that you saw, we do need to cool it down overnight to be able to cut it open. And the way that we're going to be doing that is by using our annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. And this usually sits at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of it is programmed to cool down slowly, or the box is programmed to cool down slowly. It'll cool down everything all at the same time. And to break this off, we're going to be filing at this connection point with a file dipped in water. And this is going to apply water, which is cracking the surface of the glass, as well as just etching at the surface of the glass. And then a simple tap to the pipe, and that is all it takes to break it off. And now this is carried over to the annealer to be put away and slowly cooled down using a pair of Kevlar gloves. And I've been told this is the same material that firefighting suits are made out of, so this is going to protect the artist's hands for a little bit as they hold this piece of glass. And that piece is finished, so let's give them a round of applause for finishing that sphere. So we won't see that piece until at least tomorrow. And I believe it is lunchtime, so we will be back in about an hour from now. We'll have the official time posted on the screen, so you can always check in the grand hall on those little TVs or up on the screen here. And does anyone have any final questions?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. In just a moment, we'll get started making glass again. Sophie's working on some smaller sculptures just for fun. We'll give everybody just a couple more minutes to come on into the Hot Shop, and then we'll go over the basic overview of what's happening and how things start here in the Hot Shop in just a moment. Thanks again for hanging out with us today at the Museum of Glass. And in just a second, I'll give you guys an overview. Alrighty, so just to give you guys an understanding of the different ovens and machines, we'll start with the furnace. So everything that we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace will be our large ceramic tanks here with the silver bottoms that have the doors on them. The furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot clear glass. They rest at 2100 degrees, and that's how we gather all of our glass to start the process. And so we'll use the blowpipes there. We preheat them in the pipe warmer, and then into the furnace, we'll dip them and gather the glass. And then from there, we can add color. We'll definitely add more heat, so we'll work in and out of the reheating chambers, the glory holes, which are also powered by natural gas and forced air. And they're used to reheat the glass. There is no molten lava like glass inside of the glory holes. And they rest at about 2300 degrees. We do turn these off at night, and then in the morning when we prepare to work, we turn them back on, and it takes about an hour for them to heat up. And so I'll get you guys clued in on the process in just a second. Let's watch it unfold together. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. My name is Emily, and I will be happy to answer your questions to the best of my ability. So, as they are gathering everything that they need to be successful, they're going to create a large orb for a visiting artist that'll be here, or an artist that is going to come and work with the hot shop this week. His name is Ji Young, and so what he does is he creates these large sphere kind of like shapes, and then he cuts them and then reassembles them. There will be about 60 pounds of glass, so they'll be fairly big. In just a moment, you'll see as we start, that's how we gather our first gather and then work from there. You'll see as she comes out of the furnace, it looks like it has color, but it's just radiating thermal energy. And again, it's 2100 degrees that it rests at. And during the process, we have to keep the glass above 1000 degrees to prevent it from any sort of shock. If we have any images of past work, feel free to show the images of Ji Yong's work at any time. We'll go in just to shape up and cool down those outer layers with a wood block. Most of the wood that is used when creating glass making tools is derives from a fruit wood. In this area, we specifically use a cherry wood. And then she'll blow into the end of that pipe, and as you can see, the bubble will slowly start to appear. Maybe. They could be just testing to see if they can blow it out. They might have to heat it up and clean it a bit, but hopefully not. If you guys ever have any interest in participating in the workshops here at the museum, you're welcome to go on to online at museumofglass.org and locate the program and workshops. And then under that, we have different experiences, cold glass, fusing workshops. We also have Hot Shop Heroes, which is an art therapy course designed for vets and active military to heal through art making by fire. And then there's always Kids Design Glass, and that's for our youth, 12 and under. And then by the furnace, it's a hands-on glass making experience led by local hilltop artists, which are youth artists, and you'll be able to come down on the floor and create this specific piece that's chosen for the guest experience for the day. Sometimes when the glass gets bubbles, they'll go in and pluck the bubbles out, air bubbles, and then shear them off, and that's what Sarah just did. That's why she's cutting at the glass. And then we'll go back in to chill down and just help shape up those outer layers with the block. The block is soaked in water. They're usually kept in water all the time just so they don't dry out. And the steam that comes off when the cold water meets the hot glass is actually what protects the glass from any sort of debris from the block. Does anybody have any questions at all? We're going to make a really large sphere, blow it out about 60 pounds. Not a complete sphere. It'll have kind of a different indents at different spaces. We'll see it together as they blow it out and shape it up. So we're going to continue to gather over this form. The final form will actually be solid, so sorry, we're not going to blow this out. It's going to become a really large mass, and then we'll shape it into the desired shape. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a outline on the heat shield here. Kind of looks like a lemon, kind of like a soft edge diamond. So that tool there is used to cool the pipe down. As we, stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but as we continue to dip into that furnace, it does start to get warm. And so we'll go over to the pipe cooler just to cool it down a bit so we can still comfortably touch the pipe and rotate it. Right now we're making a solid form for an artist that will come to work with our hot shop team tomorrow. His name is Ji Yong Lee. You can always look up some of his work. If you have any past images in the switcher yet of his work, please share. So if you look up at the big screen there, here are some images of his past works. And so he creates these solid forms, cuts them, and then reassembles them. And the color is typically on the plane of where he cut it, and it's illuminating through the glass. The piece today will not have any color. All the coloring comes in that after finishing portion of the process. Thank you so much for the images. The blocks are resting in water. The blocks are made they're made from a piece of hollowed out cherry wood, and they're designed to help shape and cool the glass down. Whenever we pluck at the glass and shear it, that's because we're eliminating the air bubbles. trying to say? Sorry. No, I don't know what Gabe's doing yet. So we'll see what he's doing. He might be preparing to transfer it. I'm not sure. I haven't watched this process, so we're learning together. We'll figure it out. Just a moment. Did you say? Um, Afterwards is I think he dyes he dyes a special glue. He puts the color into a glue. It's a colored glue. Then he re yeah yeah. I don't know. Not yet. Yeah, he's preparing himself to be able to remove it from the initial pipe. So he has to wait, and then he'll punny it up. An artist will come in. His name is Ji Yong Lee, and he will come and work with us here in the hot shop and on Thursday. So tomorrow, can we please see some of his past works again? So that's what he So what's cool about the process of cooling this down is that glass cools depending upon its thickness, and these take 2 weeks to cool down in the annealing oven back to room temperature. Some things, like when they're small, take a day. When they're thinner. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So we just gather more glass from the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Thank you. So we'll go back into the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that allows us to be able to chill up those edges, round out the shape. And then to the pipe cooler to cool down that pipe, because dipping into the furnace, it accumulates a lot of heat, so it becomes a little spicy to touch. So now you see where the glass comes from.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really heavy.
So each time it goes back in that one, it's accumulating more glass then?
Yes, because we're rotating it and gathering more glass.
Is that a solid thing or is it a
Solid.
solid?
Yep. That's why it's so heavy.
Wow.
The form is solid, and now we'll go in and paper it up with newspaper that's been folded up and soaked in water. The papers allow you to shape almost like as if you're shaping with your bare hand.
Wow. Oh yeah, it's newspaper right there and he just wets it. So he just tosses it in the, yeah, see that black thing? That's just newspaper. And then he wets it and then uses it to shape it. So he doesn't burn his hand. Oh, what was he doing? Shaping it. Shaping it. Shaping the thing on the glass, yeah. She's in shorts. Well, it's 2,300 degrees over there, my brother. Oh my goodness. Let's see where the that burned off. Oh yeah. That's gotta be solid. Solid. She's gotta keep moving it and keep it. See how it's moving shape, and then now he's forming it with that newspaper, making it more round. She spins it and then he shapes it. We just so he's got his hands on that thing.
Oh, okay.
Not his hands.
So the outer layers are only malleable enough to shape up for a certain amount of time before we have to go into the reheating chamber to heat it back up so we can continue to shape those outer layers. And so that's why we continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber. We'll go in with the calipers to measure where we are and where we need to be, and so that's what he was doing with those large tong-looking tools. We have to allow it to cool down enough before we go back into the furnace to gather over it. We won't be able to capture as much glass if it's a little too warm, so the colder, the cooler it is, the better it is for us when we go in to gather. So as we continue to gather the clear glass out of the furnace, we have to replenish, like refill the furnace. And so that's a process known as charging the furnace that our hot shop tech says once a week or bi-weekly, which is Nick, the man in the red shirt there. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how the furnace gets glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool this pipe off a bit. Gotta let that glass. Can we see some of Ji-young's previous works, please? The solid forms are cut. The glue that is used to bind them back together will also have pigment. Well, it'll be color will be added to the glue. So then that way when it's put together, you'll see the light shine through all the different colors and how it interprets itself throughout the glass at different ways of light hitting it. It's a bit too hard to just pluck and shear the bubbles out, and so we have to get it hot enough to be able to go in with that little bit of glass that Sarah has and extract the bubbles. And that's what we're doing. We're just taking out little bubbles that we can see. The torch, the torch that so it's a particle. There's a piece of something that's not glass that got into the glass, and the hot torch is about 5,000 degrees, and so we're heat blasting it, and they'll go in with that extra little punty rod and take it out. So we finished one of our projects that we were working on this morning, so they decided just to go ahead and try this out, and well, not try it out, but make one just to get started. Can we please see some of Ji Young's past works into the bowl, where we'll just go ahead and shape up those layers? So what we're doing here in the hot shop today is we are creating work from an artist who will be here tomorrow working with the hot shop to create his work. And what he does is he creates these really large, solid shapes. This one is going to look more like a lemon shape in the end. And then he'll cut the glass, and when he glues it back together, there will be color in the glue, and then that's how the light shines through, the colors shine through the glass in the end, after he's finished with the cutting part and adding glue and color. Typically, when you make things in glass, it takes about a day to chill back down to room temperature to come back down. We always have to cool, glass chills depending upon its thickness. These take about 2 weeks to cool down, which is really interesting. So right now what we're doing is we're taking this tool, it's known as the jacks, and we're carving in a jack line. This line of tension is the reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It creates a weak point for us to be able to finish the piece and remove ourselves. We're using this torch to torch the end of the rod because this part of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And we want heat to be evenly distributed throughout this piece. And so that's why we'll manually go in with the fluffy torch and then in again to make sure that jack line is carved in there very well. If you guys have any interest in one of our or many of our different programs here at the museum, you're more than welcome to go online at museumofglass.org and check out the various programs and workshops. We have fusing, which is laying cold glass onto cold glass and creating tiles, or slumping, which will then create those tiles into bowls or dishes. We also have Hot Shop Heroes, which is an art therapy course designed for vets in active military to heal through fire by heal through art making by fire. We also have Kids Design Glass, which is for our youth 12 and under. Be sure to apply, submit an illustration to Kids Design Glass. The Hot Shop will make one of your designs and we'll keep one for our permanent collection and the other one will go home with you. And then if you ever want to come work on the hot shop floor, be sure to sign up for a by the furnace exercise experience. You can make a piece of glass with the artist, with the hilltop artists, which are you artists. So now we'll go in and begin to emphasize that final shape. As you can see, it bolts off at the ends there, and we'll clean up the opposite side when we add an additional pipe to go in and work on the other side. Before we can remove ourselves from this initial pipe, we have to allow the glass to cool down a bit. And then once it's cool enough, we'll remove ourselves and clean up the other side of the shape. We'll add an additional rod to the opposite side, and then we'll knock it off, clean up the other side. So the glass is going to go and transfer itself onto an additional pipe in a moment. And then in the end, it'll be cold work. So everything that we do in glass that we make hot, we also have to work in the cold shop. Behind the hot shop, we have a cold shop, and we have a cold worker who cold works all of the work. And so that means polishing it off to where it's able to stand, or just removing that excess glass that was attached. Welcome. The glass on the end of this pipe is upwards of about 60 pounds, and the pipe itself is about 20 pounds, and so it's super duper heavy and really, really hot. So now Gabe is preparing himself here with an additional pipe to transfer this piece so we can clean up the other side. Any glass that we strip off of the gather into those cylinders, we recycle. We recycle the clear glass. We can only recycle clear glass. We cannot recycle glass that contains color. So we'll place ourselves on, and then we'll let it rotate a bit. Once the additional pipe cools down, which means once it stiffens up a bit, we'll then remove ourselves from the initial pipe that we gathered on to clean up the opposite side of this piece. We'll use a little air to cool down that additional transfer rod. We want to make sure this part of the pipe is nice and warm before we go in with a little bit of water, which will create shock, which will help us remove ourselves from the pipe. The warmer, the better. It'll prepare it for a thermal shock. So we'll add a little bit of water to that jack line. All right, and a clean break off the pipe, which is great. And then back into the reheating chamber to get this piece nice and hot so we can shape it up. Can we please see some of Jiong Lee's past works? So the artist that will be visiting us this week or that will be working with our hot shop this week cuts the forms of glass. He adds glue and color to the planes of the cut glass, and that's how the color shines through the final piece. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, just call my name out. So now we'll go in with those papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, and you'll see that we just cleaned up that opposite side for it to be similar to the other side that was attached to the pipe. Can we please see some of Jiyoung's past works? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll see that he cuts it, all the glass in a different way. And then when he pieces it back together, there'll be paint and glue. So it's a colored glue. And then you'll be able to see the way that the color is interpreted and passed through the glass with the light. Can we please see some of Ji Young's previous works? We're gonna turn the lights all the way off so we can make sure that the glass is cooling down. Make sure that it's cool enough. Welcome to the hot shop in the dark. Not going to be able to see them knock it off the pipe because it's so heavy. Oh, we can see them knock it off the pipe. Well, that's about as far as I think we're going to be able to get. Back there behind the wall is an oven where it has to where it has to slowly cool down. Those inner layers and those outer layers are both different temperatures. And so what will happen is it'll start to cool down over time in an oven that'll ramp it all the way back down. Because this is so thick, it'll be about 2 weeks of it cooling down in an oven. Thank you. Let's move the camera. We're going to get it all going again in just a moment. We're going to probably do a different shape. In the meantime, while we wait, everything that we do, I'll tell you guys a little bit about our ovens and our furnaces. So everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace are these large ceramic tanks here. They're the silver ones that are full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They're operated by forced air and natural gas. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we never turn our furnaces off. And then from there, we'll go in and out of our reheating chambers, which are the ovens here that Sophie's closing the doors of. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They rest at about 2,300 degrees. They run 20. Oh, nope, that's the furnace. We're on the glory hole now, the reheating chamber. They're only full of thermal energy, and there's no glass inside of the reheating chambers. Thank you. And then from there, we'll, in this process today, we'll just continue to gather the glass until it's about the desired shape that we need for the artist that will be cutting these later, Jiyoung Lee. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to shout them out, and I'll be happy to answer. So he has to put on the Kevlar suit. It's made from the same materials as bulletproof vest, and it protects him from the heat. He can still feel all of the thermal energy, but he can't get burned because of the materials. And so it's a suit where he's able to catch that glass off the pipe and then put it into the oven properly. The oven rests, I think, at about 960. It could be a little bit more because these are so big, but the oven is very hot also. So as we continue to pull the glass from the furnace, as Sarah's will do now, we'll use a stainless steel rod, dip into the furnace to gather glass. The glass is very viscous, has a certain viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate. It has a very similar consistency to honey, and it's a couple degrees lower than lava. We'll roll the glass over the stainless steel table, which will help shape it up at the end of the pipe there. It also helps cool the glass down. And then we'll go over to the bench and block it up, which is the block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood. It's a tool that we use to help with shaping. It's been soaked in water, and the steam that that gives off is what protects the glass from the debris of the wood. So we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down after dipping into the furnace a couple of times. It starts to get hot. It's just in a specific area, so we'll just cool it down a bit before we continue to add more glass and to shape the glass. Whenever she goes in to pluck the glass, that's because there will be bubbles inside of the glass, or maybe something other than a bubble, but more than likely bubbles. She'll pluck them out and then she'll shear them up. Typically, we blow into the end of a hollow pipe. These forms are not hollow; they're solid, and so we're not blowing anything today. Right at this moment, we're just sculpting a hot, big mass of glass. She'll go back into the reheating chamber to just get the glass nice and warm to be able to continue to shape those outer layers up. going with that block just to help shape up those outer layers to cool the glass down just a little bit. The block helps with shaping also to give a nice well-rounded shape. Before we move forward to the next, we have to allow the glass to cool down, and then we'll be able to gather over this mass. So she'll go in with her papers, which are just folded up newspaper that's also been soaked in water. Shaping with the papers is very similar to shaping by hand. It's a very intimate tool for shaping. Can we please see Jiyoung's previous works? So she'll go into the furnace and gather the glass inside of the furnace. Is very similar to lava. It's about 2100 degrees inside of that furnace. As she rotates, she'll be able to capture more glass and then shape it up at the bench. If bubbles get into the glass, we'll go in and pluck them out and then shear them off. And then as the pipe starts to heat up, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. We'll have about one more gather before we start to make the shape, before we start to shape out the, it's kind of like a lemon. We'll just continue to shape up this glass. We are creating a shape that's kind of like a lemon in a way. So it'll have soft edges and a little bit pointier on the outsides. We're not making a lemon-like shape. If you can see the shape there on that silver shield, it's a little bit more oval. So we'll go in with the papers that have been soaked in water to guide the glass and shape the glass. So the stainless steel rod starts off completely just the rod itself, and then we'll go into the oven here and gather the hot glass. All of the glass inside of the furnace is like very similar to lava. We'll rotate that pipe. As we rotate the pipe, the glass will start to gather around the pipe. And then what we've done today is we've rotated the pipe inside the furnace about 6 times, and so that's why it's so big and massive and solid. Can we please see the finished pieces of Mr. Lee's work? And so an artist that's not here, he's not here today, but what he does with these solid sculptures is he'll cut them and then glue them back together. Where he cuts them is where he lays the color, and then when light passes through the piece, that's how it's carried through. That's how it carries the color through. So now what we'll do is he's gathered some more hot glass and then he'll shape it up. We're going to connect ourselves to the opposite side of this piece so we can knock it off of this initial pipe and clean up the opposite side. So now we're preparing ourselves. We're going to put a little bit of water on this jack line here and then knock ourselves off of the pipe. So now we'll start to shape up the opposite side of the piece. We're going into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is about 2300 degrees. It's only used to reignite the piece to bring that thermal energy back into the glass so we're able to shape. There's no glass inside of the reheating chamber, there's only heat. So we'll go back in with our papers to smooth out the opposite side that we just removed from the pipe. The papers are just folded newspaper that have been soaked in water. Can we please see Mr. Lee's final works that he creates?